This is Mission Control. Coming up in 5 minutes at 10:30 a.m. Central Time will be a videotaped replay. Administrator Dan Golden's speech and the Flight Day 2 telephone call to the Endeavour crew from President Clinton.
And welcome to the National Space Club Space Outlook Conference Day dedicated to civil space programs. Our keynote speaker for this morning is a man that many people recognize as NASA's agent for change. Since he joined the agency the agency in April of 1992, as a ninth administrator, our speaker has spent much of his time focusing on reform, while tackling issues such as programs that were over budget and experiencing long delays, procurement reform, reaching out to minorities, joint space agreements with the former Soviet Union, re-emphasis on the first day in NASA, namely aeronautics, and creating a unified vision for NASA. Our speaker has also spent his first year defending the rationale for the space station program and was key in turning around congressional opponents who wished to cancel it last year. Now please join me this morning in welcoming our keynote speaker, Daniel Golden.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the National Space Club. I think you folks do terrific work in representing space to America. And I'm particularly pleased to be with you today as we consider the outlook on space. And I believe that that outlook has gotten considerably brighter in the last few weeks. With President Clinton's decision to support a redesigned space station, one that will save the nation billions of dollars over the previous design, I believe we are prudently moving ahead with this very, very important project. The President in his statement last week said, and I quote, "I instructed NASA to redesign the space station program in a way that would preserve critical science and space research and ensure international cooperation, but significantly reduce costs and improve management. NASA has met the challenge." And I also want to note that last night, with a significant majority in the vote, the House Appropriations Committee has approved the NASA budget. And we move into the drama of today, when we have our first major House battle. And we're ready to move ahead. We believe at NASA we have a balanced program and a budget I'm very proud of. We are fully supporting several major science programs. And I want to say this is the first year in years that we haven't gone to cancel a scientific program to save the station. ACSAF, both of them are fully funded. I want to tell you there was a move afoot last week to cancel ACSAF, one of the other programs. We held tight. Cassini, the probe to Saturn, is fully funded. Mission to planet Earth is fully funded. And we're making a 50% increase in our investment in aeronautics over the next 5 years. And this is one of the principal foundations of the technical strength of our country. And we do have a tech package. We're about to embark on an exciting new approach to planetary exploration through the Discovery series of space probes. That is in the President's budget. These are low-cost, relatively simple spacecraft that focus on specific goals. These aren't mega spacecraft. They don't carry 12 or 15 science instruments, and they are simpler and cheaper to build and operate. The idea is to build them, launch them, and get the data in 3 years or less. And through this approach to a broad range of scientific and technological spacecraft we are planning, we could literally fill the skies with our spacecraft, engage more and more scientists in the business of space exploration, and do these missions in about the same time it takes to get an advanced degree in the university. I won't take the time to go through the details. You could take a look at the tech package, but you could see we're going in new directions. What I want to do today is stress NASA's plans for the future, and I want to address the space station specifically because that is the agenda for today. There is a vision that encompasses a whole range of NASA activities. The budget supports that vision, and we intend for science, discovery, and technology to thrive. But today, I want to focus on the station. The President chose an option that will save an estimated $18 billion over the projected 20-year lifetime of this program, with $4 billion in savings over the next 5 years alone. He has called on NASA to economize, to continue with our management and procurement reforms, and to use very rigorous contracting measures to put the station and other NASA programs on a much more business-like footing. We are going to pay for performance and not progress. We're going to get NASA out of the business of telling the contractors how to do things. We'll tell them what we want, but hold the contractors fully responsible and accountable for what they do. We are going to give programs out based upon the capability of the contractors and not the geopolitical aspects that have determined the basis of prior contracting approaches. We think it is the right space station for the country. It is prudent and it is responsive to the tight budget situation the country faces. But if we are going to do this right, we need a commitment. We need multi-year funding. The VEST panel said so, our international partners said so, and I believe the American people require it. And if we have multi-year funding, we'll have the stability that this program needs once and for all. Will the station provide meaningful science? You bet. Most of the disciplines we will study aboard the station require long-term exposure to the space environment. In studying the effects of weightlessness on the human body, for example, we require weeks and months aloft before all the effects can manifest themselves. There is no guarantee of scientific payoff if we build the station. On the other hand, there is an absolute guarantee of finding something if we don't build one, or finding nothing if we don't build one. And Dr. DeBakey, who testified before the House Subcommittee on Space yesterday, said, "We cannot always predict the outcome of scientific activity, especially efforts as broad and as untried as space. We investigate to uncover questions we do not yet know how to ask and to discover answers we never expected. The fundamental property of a space station, one that cannot be reproduced in any way here on Earth, is long-term exposure to zero gravity and the hard vacuum of space. Time aloft is the most precious resource that will carry us from the space station. That is why Dr. DeBakey and many others are so supportive, because he knows our insight into the functioning of the human body will be expanded and enhanced through long-term access to space." And let me just read a list to you of the people, the prominent Americans who testified yesterday before the House Authorizing Committee on the benefits of a space station and zero-gravity research to medical activities here on the ground. Dr. DeBakey, the prominent heart specialist from Baylor University. He talked about a ventricular assist valve that he had been working on for 35 years and made almost no progress, and in the last 3 years on working with the engineers at NASA Johnson, is now on the threshold of a breakthrough that could impact 60,000 people a year. He talked about telemedicine. Dr. Lameda, the head of the MD Anderson Cancer Institute, talked about macrophages. Those are those cells that invade other cells and give us the fundamental understanding into what happens when a cancer is being attacked by another cell. Dr. Pellis talked about tissue engineering in the bioreactor developed for the space program. Dr. Donovan of the Institute for Rehabilitation Research talked about recovery in artificial limbs. Dr. McIntyre of Rice University talked about tissue engineering. Dr. Jessup of Harvard talked about cancer research in space. Dr. DeLucas talked about biotech and protein crystal growth, the understanding it gives us. Dr. Becker of the University of Florida talked about ovarian and breast cancer and gene isolation knowledge we get from space. Dr. Sharp of Washington University, St. Louis talked about pancreatic islets and the development in the bioreactor to aid in the understanding of diabetes. I took the time to mention these names to debunk all the words you've been hearing that space station has no relevance in science and engineering. These are among America's finest, and they understood, and they stood before the Congress yesterday, and they talked about the impact to biotech and biomed and the criticality of a space station. And all it is a laboratory. If we had a laboratory 200 miles from Washington, we wouldn't be talking about it. But we have a laboratory 200 miles in space, and all of a sudden it becomes a big brouhaha. Let me talk about someone else, Dr. Paul Chu, who is the world's foremost expert in superconductivity, the foremost expert on this planet. He strongly endorses the station. High temperature superconductivity was discovered in the US in 1987 and hailed as one of the most important scientific breakthrough in decades. But the understanding of superconductivity materials is limited by our ability to interpret the mechanisms that govern the ordering of these very complex combinations of atoms. Those mechanisms are influenced by such phenomena as container contamination, convection, buoyancy, sedimentation. All of these are absent in the purity and microgravity of space. We simply cannot turn our back on this fundamental window on the universe. And I want to stop here and point out to you that our civilization for thousands of years had only one industrial control process, and that was temperature, that came out of the fires of our ancestors. And we went for thousands of years with one process control parameter. Finally, we learned how to use composition, still limited to temperature and composition. And then during the Industrial Revolution, we brought on pressure. And we have been with those three basic parameters in our industrial processes up until we started doing zero gravity research in space. And now we have another parameter. And that parameter is the absence of gravity. If you take a look at every industrial process and take a look at the equations that dominate those industrial processes, you will find gravity in almost every single term. The Prandtl number, the Reynolds number, you name it. Gravity is there. And it is the absence of gravity that allows us to do things that we cannot even think about doing. And that's what we're talking about. So all we're really talking about is a laboratory that gives us the absence of gravity and gives us an absolute, I shouldn't say absolute, but an ultra-hot vacuum unattainable on Earth. And that is where we are going to learn the fundamentals of the ordering of atoms and the fundamentals of the physics of fluids that cannot, and I emphasize that cannot be done on the ground in spite of all the nonsense you hear by people that don't understand physics and chemistry. And they talk about it in incredible passion. They talk about it because they're talking about the politics of the piece of the pie, but you cannot deny the laws of physics. And all we've learned so far in our painstaking short trips to orbit tells us there is much more potential out there. In the growth of protein crystals, we need weeks and months aloft to get the proper sizes for study. There are literally thousands of proteins and other biological substances that could benefit by being grown in space and give us insight that we don't have today. And the same is true down the line. Biotech experiments on proteins, living cells, biological tissues and fluids, polysaccharides, nucleic acids, viruses, enzymes, seeds, plants, and animals require microgravity conditions from 10 to 120 days. Materials processing experiments on various crystals, polymers, metals, and fluids require microgravity for up to 60 days. It took us 12 years and 55 flights with the space shuttle and unbelievable billions of dollars to get 1 year in space. 55 flights and 12 years to get 1 year in space. With a space station, you get 1 year in space in 1 year. How would you like to have a laboratory on the ground where your boss gave you the keys to that lab for 1 week every 3 years, what kind of research do you think you'd do? I don't think you'd do very good research, yet everybody tells us, send robots into space. Well, where are the robots in the laboratory on the ground? Will the station provide meaningful technology development? Yes. Critics sometimes say the station can't provide cutting-edge technology because human spaceflight requires tried and proven techniques and hardware to minimize risks to the astronauts. And in a very limited sense, this may be true, but it ignores one of the fundamental facets of why we need a space station. The growth of technology has always required the mix of theory and practice. Engineers think of things, build them, and then try them out. Then they fix their errors and try the hardware again. This pattern may be repeated many times before the engineer is satisfied. Wind tunnels, for example, were first developed in the 19th century, and the basic idea of suspending an airplane model in the flowing air hasn't changed a great deal in the 100 years since. But using this tried and true technology, aeronautical engineers have transformed a series of fundamental unknowns into elegant science. And there is much, much more to come. The point is this: we have provided our aeronautical engineers with the right tools to do their job. For the further development of space hardware and techniques, for the further development of fundamental industrial processes and understanding of the human physiology, we also need the right tools to do the job. A research facility in orbit, operating under the actual conditions we need to learn about, is one such essential tool. Technology development doesn't just mean a better microwave oven or more compact computers or Tang or Velcro. The station can help us learn about new structures and materials, power and thermal management, propulsion fluids, telerobotics, and information systems. In turn, this could lead to Earth-based applications such as lightweight oxygen tanks, high-strength corrosion resistance pipes and vessels, long-life self-healing paints and coatings, permanently lubricated motors and machines, and solar cells for the home power generation. I don't know if you recognize it, but years ago when we were building the space shuttle, again, which was this low-tech machine, we had to use composites, and people thought that NASA was crazy to use composites to go build a space shuttle, yet we all use them today. The same thing, the same thing. Seward's folly, the same thing. The list is endless, but we can't even begin to make out a list unless we first get long-term access to space. Will the station provide for international cooperation? Indeed it will. The redesign meets our commitments to our international partners. These commitments carry the status of treaty obligations, and we at NASA treat them very seriously. Moreover, as the President has said, the space station could be the stepping stone to a new age of international cooperation and discovery. In the future, the work of nations will be tied to the pathfinding work we do in the next decade in space. And international cooperation in space can be one of the defining elements of the era that follows the Cold War. Will the station give us leadership in space? Yes, I believe it will, but it is the kind of leadership that grows from trust among friends and partners on a frontier. It is the kind of leadership that comes from keeping our promises to our international partners. It is the kind of leadership that we would absolutely abdicate if we cancel a station. And leadership abandoned is leadership lost. Will a space station give us educational opportunities? You bet. At this very moment, astronauts are circling the Earth in the Space Shuttle Endeavour, and as time allows, they are using ham radio to contact school children right here on the ground. Yesterday, when the President phoned the crew, he said, "I think sometimes we underestimate the impact that human contact in an enormously impressive setting like this can have on children all over the world. Not only those with whom you'll talk, but millions of others who will just see it and know that it happened. The station will give us the very same opportunities to inspire and educate young people, only more of them. Will the station be a source of national pride? I believe the answer is yes. People will always dispute the polls that consistently show a high degree of support for the space program. But one thing you can't dispute is the number of people who pass through the turnstiles at the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, or Space Center Houston, or Spaceport USA at the Kennedy Space Center, or Space Camp in Alabama. Space is part of our culture, a part of our mythology, some would say, and that is a very, very important part of our national psyche. Dr. Claude Canizares, director of the Center for Space Research at MIT, recently wrote, "If you dismiss this vision as mere puffery, try imagining that our present space program belongs to another industrial nation. What if we were bystanders watching TV news reporting that their shuttle launches and landings, their space telescope images of distant galaxies and quasars, their spacecraft pictures of Neptune and radar maps of Venus, and their measurements of the ozone holes were all we could look at? How would we feel?" Finally, there is the prospect of continued exploration of the space frontier. Will a space station enable that? Of course it will. Will it be a takeoff and landing site? No. But will it enable exploration? You bet. How in the world can we expect to truly evolve as a spacefaring nation if we only have limited time and space with human beings? You can't learn to drive if you don't get behind the wheel. You can't become a pilot unless you are willing to do solo. You can't excel in anything worth doing, as a matter of fact, unless you're willing to invest time and attention, and more time and more attention to doing the right thing. Space is the frontier of our age, and we can either grow and prosper on that frontier, or we can stick our heads in the sand and ignore it. But the frontier will still be there, and so will the promise of space. That is why Space Station and the fate of the space program command so much time and attention, far more than their meager share of the vast federal budget would first suggest. It is because we are talking about our future here, about the legacy we will leave our children, and about the very visible symbol of America's willingness to remain a great and influential nation. A society that dares not to dream, a society that isn't willing to take a risk, a society that has forgotten how to be bold, is a society in great peril and a society in deep decline. History has shown that the great nations have been there, the great nations that have been those that have a spark of risk-taking, an eagerness for adventure, and a capacity to operate at the frontier of knowledge and exploration. I hope and I pray we still yearn to be that country. So make no mistake, the debate over Space Station is about more than nuts and bolts and blueprints and electrons. It is more than a debate about a program. It is about the entire future direction that America's space program is going to go. If the station is canceled, that enterprise will be technologically dead-ended. The shuttle's viability will quickly be called into question, with no destination for the future and no chance to move beyond our current state of capability. And I believe human spaceflight in this country will be in very, very big trouble. We risk the vengeance of history if the naysayers are able to force the choice upon our nation. Somehow we have to move beyond the calculus for success, which does not allow us to add in the intangibles. We don't know how to value faith and dreams and hopes and inspiration. In my lifetime, we have given the planet a world war and hundreds of smaller conflicts. We've accumulated a legacy of 1,000 polluted riverways and oceans that cough up garbage. We render new species extinct every single year. We are systematically damaging the atmosphere and the land upon which we make our homes, and we are consuming our seed corn minute after minute after minute to survive. If we are to leave a legacy that will endure, then we must begin to think about and save for a better future. We have to provide hope for the next generation that things may improve. And I can think of no realm, nor any pursuit, nor any frontier that offers as much hope and possibility as does the rich, vast, unrivaled splendor of space with human eyes looking down, supported by robots. Thank you very much.
Well, we can hear you, and we are looking at you. You all look wonderful.
Well, you're loud and clear now, Mr. President. That's much better.
We want to congratulate you on a spectacular launch and on looking so happy. The American people are very reassured watching you on television. Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. It's early in the mission, but we're very excited about the mission. It's certainly a multifaceted one, and it really does show the versatility of the space shuttle. We're doing a little bit of everything on this flight.
I know. I understand one of the things you're doing is chasing down the Eureka satellite that was put up by the shuttle last July. I'm especially pleased about that because it shows what we can do in the way of international cooperation as well as science. And I want to congratulate you on that and wish you well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We've been working very hard for about a year training for this rendezvous and retrieval, and we've had a lot of fantastic support both in our own country and our own ground support team and the international team all over in Europe, and we're looking forward to bringing back some great science on Eureka for the Europeans.
We're looking forward to that too. I also understand that David and Jeff will be outside the shuttle practicing for the repair of the Hubble telescope and for the future assembly of the space station. And I thought maybe one of them or both would like to comment on it so people can get a good look at you now, and when they see you outside in your suits, they'll know who they're seeing.
Well, Mr. President, we're looking very forward to the spacewalk. We feel very proud to be able to represent America, and we're very happy of your support of the space station. We think it represents the best of America and their pioneering spirit. And the NASA team has done a really great job of preparing us for our flight, and I think both David and I just can't wait to get there.
Well, we're excited about it, and while you're up there, we're going to be down here trying to support the space program and the space station. As you know, we had a very distinguished commission looking at the whole space station project. They recommended some redesign and some management changes at NASA, but I think this should give us a great deal of credibility. We've got some important votes coming up in the Congress in the next 2 days. While you're up there, we're going to be down here voting on this project, and I very much hope that we can prevail. And I think, frankly, your success and your work will help us to prevail. You're doing as much up there to help us win the votes down here as anyone, and I thank you for that.
Well, Mr. President, we're very gratified by your support of the space station. We certainly all consider it to be an immensely important project in continuing our leadership in science and technology.
Thank you. Let me just say one last thing about something that's very important to me. I understand that later in the mission, Janice and Brian are going to be talking with school children around the world. And you may know that my daughter is a big fan of the space program. She's off at the summer language camp now, but I want to just tell you how much I appreciate the fact that you're making an international education project out of this mission. That's very important to me.
Mr. President, we find that using amateur radio is an excellent way of communicating with children all around the world, and we're also able to excite them by using space and science and letting them see space and science in action. We're able to excite them and hope they'll study harder.
You have no idea. You may be on this mission creating thousands of scientists for the future. just by the power of your example and by this direct communication. I think sometimes we underestimate the impact that human contact in an enormously impressive setting like this can have on children all across the world. Not only those with whom you'll talk, but millions of others who will just see it and know that it happened. I want to thank all of you for the wonderful job you've done. We're very proud of you, and we're very proud of all the NASA folks down here who are supporting you. I want to encourage you and say again that I'm behind you, this administration is behind you, and I think the American people are behind you.
Mr. President, once again, we thank you very much for your support. It's a real pleasure to be up here at your service.
Thank you. Let's hear from the last astronaut there.
I just wanted to add my thanks for your support. We all feel that the space program has done a tremendous amount for this country, both in promoting inside the country science education and also with the international partners. And it means a lot to us to know that that support still is around and we're going to have a strong space program in the future.
I'm committed to that. The American people in watching you today can see one area of human endeavor in which we are indisputably continuing to lead the world and bringing other countries into partnership. And both leadership in technology and science and partnership with other countries, those are the keys to our future as a people, to our standard of living, to our quality of life, as well as to our ability to continue the American tradition of exploring frontiers. And I'm very proud of you, and I wish you well, and we can't wait till you get home safe and sound, but have a great time up there and learn a lot, and we'll all learn from you. Good luck, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. President.
They look great up there.
This is Mission Control, Houston. We're rejoining now the crew of Endeavour.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like to know if there are still drops deployed on the syringe tip.
Chambers 1, 3, and 4 are completely retracted. That is, the drops have gone up into the syringe pedestals. Chambers 2, 5, and 6 still have about, 1/3 to 1/2 of their droplet suspended below the syringe.
Copy that.
This is Mission Control. The Mission Commander, Ron Graby, is discussing with...
Endeavour Space Epoch for Ron.
Go ahead.
Okay, we'd like you to skip steps 19, 20, and 21.
Okay, skip 19, 20, and 21. In other words, don't plug them.
That's affirmative.
Ron Graby is discussing with the crew interface coordinator, Clay Grainer, the deactivation procedures for an experiment called the STS-57. That acronym stands for Thermal Enclosure System, Crystal Observation System. The TESS, or the Thermal Enclosure System, is a thermally controlled experiment module that controls the precise temperature for whatever kind of experiment is inside it. On this particular mission, it is the Crystal Observation System, and that's a modified version of the vapor diffusion apparatus, which has flown on 8 previous shuttle missions. The experiment is designed to grow high-quality protein crystals from the vapor diffusion that is, method. Small video cameras have monitored the individual growth chambers, and on flight day 1, when Graby powered this experiment up, he reported that he could not turn the last turn he was supposed to on activating the syringes because it felt like the threads were stripping out. And he reported the same kind of signature now in closing down the experiment. So the Payload Operations Control Center folks advised him just to not plug those particular syringes and complete the deactivation procedures. The crew is methodically working to close down all of the experiments in the Space Hab module, and they are very near completing their closeout procedures and stowage procedures for everything that they've had out in use during the 8 days of their work on orbit. It's quite an involved arrangement to put back all of the checklists, all of the tools and equipment they've been using. Every locker has a prearranged storage pattern, so everything needs to go back in its proper place. Make sure that it is secured in place so that nothing comes loose during the re-entry and landing phase of the flight. This is Mission Control. We'll be handing over to the Eastern Tracking Data Relay satellite early in about a minute and a half to complete our activities with the crew as they package up everything for tomorrow's landing at the Kennedy Space Center.
Cyberspace ad hoc for Janice.
This is Mission Control. These are payload bay camera views as Endeavour crosses the Pacific Ocean headed for the western coast of South America on orbit 111 of its 8 days in flight.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead, Carl.
Brian, there's a gamma ray observatory viewing opportunity. If you're interested, I'll give you the data.
Okay, why don't you let us know?
It's
Wait, stand by one, Carl, just a second.
standing by.
Okay, now I'm ready.
Okay, it'll be about 20 minutes from now. The time of closest approach will be 7 days, 3 hours, 48 minutes, 35 seconds. We figure it'll be in sight for plus or minus 1 minute either side of that time. At time of closest approach, the range will be 6 nautical miles. For the 66 nautical miles. For the observation, try looking out the overhead windows. It begins slightly aft and starboard, and then ends at the pass forward and port. I'll copy.
Okay, yeah, for a minute there I thought we were going to be flying some space fingertip.
Yeah, that's why the chuckles.
Okay, it starts 3 hours, 45 minutes. I missed the seconds, and it's going to be plus or minus 1 minute either side, so I guess the seconds don't matter. 66 miles, and it'll start, what side was it on the aft again?
Starboard.
Okay, starting starboard aft and proceeding forward. We appreciate the heads up, thanks.
You betcha. And that was, Brian, 48 minutes. 48.
Okay, 48, thanks.
This is Mission Control. Endeavour is now crossing the western coastline of South America, just about at the juncture of Colombia and Chile's border. It will cross then down over Brazil, about the middle of Brazil on this orbit number 111. Capcom Carl Meade was just letting the crew know that at 11:55 a.m. Central Time today, they will have an opportunity to see the Gamma Ray Observatory. This unmanned satellite was
Endeavour Houston concerning an IMU align.
Okay, Carl.
We see stars 54 and 84 in the table, and you're cleared for the alignment right now. Post-alignment, no need for a maneuver.
Okay, we'll get that in work now. And then, are you guys done sending us stuff so we can stow the KUs?
We are complete with our uplinks. However, if you want to postpone the KU stowage, that's okay, as long as it's done before bedtime. If you want to do it now, that's okay too.
Okay, Carl, we'll put it off a little bit. Do us a favor, though, don't let us go to bed without putting it in for.
Roger that.
This is Mission Control. That last exchange means that we will have the KU band antenna left out for a little while longer. The crew's official go-to-sleep time is 2:07 p.m. Central Time today. So that will give us the opportunity to have additional Earth view television. The Gamma Ray Observatory that the crew will be able to look at about 11:55 a.m. as it passes within about 66 nautical miles of the Shuttle Endeavour was deployed from Shuttle Atlantis on the STS-57 mission in early April 1991. At 11:41, or right about now, Endeavour's crew members are probably taking photographs of Brazil as they pass over. There's an unusual opportunity here to get some photography of land use and the condition of the forests, the Amazon rainforests, because there is very little cloud cover over Brazil right now. Most of the time when the shuttle passes over on missions that have this trajectory, there's a great deal of moisture and cloudiness in the area, and it's difficult to get good pictures, so this should be an excellent opportunity for photography of South America. Our next television event scheduled is at 12 noon Central Time, our mission update program, originating live from the Johnson Space Center. The program begins at 12 noon Central Time.
Endeavour.
Endeavour, Space Empire.
Sorry, Clay, it took me a little bit longer to get back to you than I said. I presume you have words for me on ZCG stowage?
Oh, that's affirmative. On MF-28E, you need to stow 2 titanium autoclaves, 2 red aluminum autoclaves, and 1 gold. The rest of them can go in 57E.
Okay, but that doesn't leave me with enough autoclaves. Let me rephrase that. According to the diagram, there's supposed to be 20 autoclaves stored in 57E.
Okay, that should be 17 in 57E.
Say that again, Clay.
Okay, Janice, our people, we checked with Ken Cruz. He says there should be 17 in MF57E, 5 total in MF28E.
Okay, that matches my memories of where they were stowed. So can you tell me which slots in 57 Echo should be empty, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter, but they did tell us that in 28E there's a 3 would go in the right-hand slot, 2 would go kind of in the middle.
Okay, copy that, Clay. Thanks.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead, Carl.
We're beginning to set up for the PMC. Give us a call when you're ready.
Roger.
Endeavour's astronauts tried to fix some plumbing in an experiment aboard the Spacehab Science Workshop, but fall short of their goal. NASA managers have now decided to bring the shuttle home on time. Researchers on Earth are awaiting tomorrow's scheduled landing of Endeavour and the return of a cache of scientific data from commercial experiments and a European robotic explorer. The STS-57 mission is in its final hours, and we have the details next on Mission Update.
Good day and welcome again to Mission Update. More than a week after they blasted off on their multifaceted mission aboard Endeavour, the shuttle's 6 astronauts have packed up their gear and are preparing to go to sleep. Their homecoming now scheduled for tomorrow morning at the Kennedy Space Center if Mother Nature cooperates. We'll have the details regarding entry and landing preparations in a moment. Right now, the astronauts are sailing over the southern Atlantic Ocean about 260 miles above the Earth on their 111th orbit of this mission. They're scheduled to begin their 8-hour sleep period less than 2 hours from now. Earlier today, after an attempt to fix a technology experiment in the Spacehab Science Module in Endeavour's cargo bay was called off by flight controllers, NASA managers met and decided to end Endeavour's flight on schedule.
The mission management team has met. Weather permitting, we will land tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Mission Operations Representative Gary Cohen said NASA managers weighed the option of extending the flight by a day, but felt little would be gained from the idea.
We figure that we have accomplished all the things that we set out to do on this mission, and the necessity for another day was not there, so we would rather begin working towards our turnaround schedule with the Endeavour.
That turnaround Cohen is referring to will be a complex one for NASA engineers at the Kennedy Space Center, who will be preparing Endeavour for the intricate Hubble Space Telescope servicing mission, currently planned for early December. As far as the weather forecast is concerned for the Kennedy Space Center for tomorrow's landing, Lead Flight Director Al Pennington says conditions could be dynamic, nothing new for Central Florida.
We do have a preliminary forecast for rain within 30 nautical miles. However, we do have indications that there is a clearing trend and that we may have an opportunity based on the westerly flow of the wind to keep those rain showers offshore and outside the landing area.
Even without the mission extension, Spacehab officials are glowing over the inaugural flight of their commercial experiment module. Mike Lounge, the Spacehab operations manager here in Houston, says 90% of all mission objectives appear to have been achieved.
We're very pleased with how our system performed and how the crew performed in accomplishing all of those experiments. Couldn't have gone better from our viewpoint.
From the astronauts' viewpoint, the mission has been a success as well. What could be their final full day in orbit was devoted to repair work and final experiments.
The astronauts began their day late last night in a mellow manner while others were asleep.
Catch a falling star and put it in your pocket, never let it fade away.
Commander Ron Graby and pilot Brian Duffy spent about an hour testing Endeavour's flight control systems, firing up one of the shuttle's hydraulic power units, then exercising the ship's rudder, speed brake, and elevons in a routine pre-landing checkout of key systems for the re-entry to Earth. David Lowe and Nancy Sherlock worked throughout the night to try to clear a blockage in a pipe in a Space Hab experiment called EFE, a technology demonstration of a water purification system for future spacecraft. It appeared for a time as if the repair work had succeeded in clearing the pipe, which could have prompted officials to consider extending the mission by a day to gather additional data. But after 6 hours of work, Lowe told flight controllers the experiment would not respond to the in-flight maintenance procedure.
Because of the condition of the panel and the inability to get access to utilize the two wrenches, we're going to call it quits on the IFM. Thank you very much for your excellent efforts.
With NASA managers deciding to bring Endeavour home tomorrow, weather permitting, the astronauts wrapped up final Earth photography work. During one night pass, they shot spectacular views of the Caribbean and South Florida. Before packing up their ship for tomorrow's planned landing, Brian Duffy and Nancy Sherlock were able to use the shuttle's ham radio to talk to students once again in Australia and Hawaii. Sherlock also told reporters during an in-flight news conference that she made a special contact with that ham radio gear.
I had the opportunity just about 30 minutes ago to speak with her for the first time, and she sounds just great. I'm really looking forward to seeing her. She's been a real trooper. Let Mom come on this fantastic journey for a week.
There were some other highlights from that news conference earlier today with reporters here in Houston and at the Kennedy Space Center. Astronaut David Lowe was asked about the spacewalk he and Jeff Weissoff took last Friday to latch the antennas on the Eureka Science satellite and to refine procedures for future spacewalkers, including the 4 spacewalking astronauts assigned to service the Hubble Space Telescope.
We wanted to get about 2 data takes out of every for each of the major tasks, but we did at least get 1 data take on each of the major tasks. So we accomplished that, and we found out for the most part that things were fairly easily accomplished.
Weissoff told reporters that the work conducted on this mission in the Space Hab module could be the forerunner for future commercial ventures in orbit.
I think if you look back to the early days of exploration in history, you've always found that governments first were the principal pushers of exploration. Then once the exploration got underway and opportunities came about that were commercial, others followed.
And Lowe discussed NASA's space station project, indicating that the development of a space station is vital for a number of reasons.
For 30 years now, America has been a leader in space, and by being a leader in space, we've been that's helped to push us to be one of the leaders of the world, and I think it'll continue to help us be a leader of the world.
Now for the final hours of the STS-57 mission. As we said, the astronauts will begin an 8-hour sleep period a short time from now at 2:07 p.m. At 5:30 p.m., you'll see a replay of today's highlights from orbit on NASA Select Television. Once the astronauts wake up tonight at 10:07 p.m., they'll complete their cabin stowage and will march into their entry and landing preparations. Just before 4 a.m., the astronauts will close the cargo bay doors on Endeavour about an hour before climbing into their pressure suits for the ride back home. At about 6:13 a.m., after evaluating weather conditions in Florida, Entry Flight Director Jeff Bantle will decide whether to allow the astronauts to come home on time or whether to delay the landing. If the weather is good, Commander Ron Graby and pilot Brian Duffy will fire Endeavour's twin braking rockets at 6:34 a.m. to enable the shuttle to slip out of orbit for its supersonic slide back to Earth. About a half hour later, at an altitude of 400,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, Endeavour will encounter what is known as entry interface, the first traces of atmospheric sensation the astronauts will have felt in more than a week. Temperatures around Endeavour will soar to 2,500 degrees as the heat-resistant tiles on the shuttle produce a bright glow and a visual treat for the 6 astronauts. After taking manual control of the final portion of that descent, Commander Graby will align Endeavour with the 3-mile-long runway at the Kennedy Space Center. Pilot Duffy will drop Endeavour's landing gear shortly before the shuttle sets down on the concrete runway to wrap up a 3-million-mile mission. If Mother Nature is fickle, a second landing opportunity is also available tomorrow in Florida at about 9:24 a.m. Well, that brings us inside the Mission Control Center, where flight controllers and mission commentator Billy Deason are looking ahead to tomorrow's planned landing. Billy, what will those controllers be watching in terms of the weather conditions for landing through the rest of the day today and overnight?
Rob, we're expecting the most current forecast sometime in about the next 20 or 30 minutes. JSC's Spaceflight Meteorology Group has just gotten their latest information. They're putting that all together, and they'll be giving it to flight directors over the next couple of shifts. We expect them to be watching particular conditions on the first landing opportunity tomorrow morning, which would bring Endeavour in at 7:23 a.m. or 7:44 a.m., that is Central Time. And the conditions they're watching for that first opportunity are cloud decks in the area and the possibility of rain showers within 30 miles of the shuttle landing facility. For the second opportunity, later in the morning at about 9:23 Central Time, they would be watching the possibility of increasing winds in the area of the landing facility. Right now it looks like the conditions could be favorable for tomorrow morning's landing. So they have a chance to make decisions at several different milestones in the entry and deorbit procedures. They could march all the way up to the deorbit ignition time, roughly an hour before the landing times, and then about 5 minutes before deorbit they can actually make a go or no-go call. And since we do have those two opportunities tomorrow morning, it may well come down to those final minutes before the deorbit burn.
And Billy, if the weather does not cooperate tomorrow in Florida, I assume Endeavour's in good shape to stay up an extra day, right?
That's correct, Rob. We have plenty of consumables on board to keep us in orbit for another day, plus some extra hours as well, and we are actually gaining on those margins with every passing day. The usage has not been as high as we expected. Additionally, the weather in Florida on Wednesday is looking better. Conditions are supposed to be clearing for Wednesday morning's opportunities.
Thank you, Billy, for that report. A final note. As Endeavour's flight draws to a close, preparations are continuing at the Kennedy Space Center for the next shuttle mission in less than 3 weeks, the flight of Discovery on mission STS-57. Discovery is currently scheduled for launch in mid-July. We'll be back at that time on launch day with our next edition of Mission Update.
Endeavour Houston, you're about 2 minutes out of the ZOE. We will pick you back up on the other side, 4 hours, 18 minutes. And sometime when you're down in the mid-deck, would you confirm you have message 9 or 8 on board, please? 9 or 8.
Okay, Carl, we can confirm that we have it, and we'll see you on the other side.
Copy that, thanks.
This is Mission Control. We'll be back in touch with Endeavour in about 5 minutes on the Western Tracking Satellite. The crew is coming to the end of their work day now as they're putting away everything in the crew cabin, all of the checklists and direction books, the equipment and tools that they've been using on this flight. They're also doing last-minute wrap-up and tunnel closeout from the Space Hab module. There's a possibility on our next orbit, if we have good KU coverage, KU band antenna coverage, that we'll get some more Earth observations television downlinks, and we'll be standing by for that.
Go ahead, Endeavor.
Yeah, Carl, got a little carried away with the stow up here and never did get to that IMU liner. The star's still good for us. I'll do it now.
Stand by, Brian. Endeavor Houston on the IMU line. We like the stars that are in the table now, which are 12 and 100.
Okay, 12 and 100. Thanks. Houston, Darren, Carl, we're ready to do the error log resets.
That's approved. And I have the cryo config whenever you're ready to get to it.
Okay, why don't you give me that now?
Okay, over on R1, cryo O2, tank 3, heater A, auto.
Okay, O2, tank 3, heater A is auto.
Cryo H2, tank 3, heater A and B, both of them to auto.
That's complete.
Cryo O2, tank 1, heater A, off.
That's complete.
And cryo H2, tank 1, heaters A and B, both of them to off.
And that's complete.
One more, O2 and H2, manifold valve, tank 2, both of those to closed, talkback closed.
Okay, that's complete. Thanks a lot.
You bet.
This is Mission Control Houston. It's fairly quiet in the flight control room now as the Orbit 2 team begins the last half of its work day. Aboard Endeavour, the crew is stowing and packing tools, instruments, cameras, procedure books, all the devices they've been using during these 8 days that they've worked on orbit. Their official go-to-sleep time is 2:07 p.m. Central Time. And we expect to sign off with them about that time today. Back in the Space Hab module behind Endeavour's crew cabin, Janice Voss, Jeff Weishoff, and any available crew members are turning off and putting away for tomorrow's re-entry and landing all of the experiments that have been running these 8 days. Endeavour is bringing home more than it left Earth with. It'll be carrying home the almost 10,000-pound Eureka satellite captured on Flight Day 4. This is Mission Control at 1:21 p.m. Central Time today. Endeavour's astronauts will be trying to get Earth observations photography of Andean dust south of the ground track blowing into Paraguay from the Andean mountains. Endeavour will cross the South American continent about 1/3 of the way down the long, narrow country of Chile and across Paraguay, then Brazil. Also, they'll be taking photographs of the differences in land use between Paraguay and land use in Brazil. There's very little air-to-ground traffic between flight controllers and the Endeavour crew because the crew is winding up its last day in space. All the crew members are busy putting away the things that they've been using for the last couple of days, and they are in their official pre-sleep period as well, having their evening meal together before they begin their sleep time about an hour from now at 2:07 p.m. Central. The crew is scheduled to wake up after 8 hours of sleep at 10:07 p.m. Central Time tonight to do their final packing and stowing of their gear, getting into their orange launch and entry suits, getting the payload specialist seats back in place, and getting ready for tomorrow morning's landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. So far, our updated weather information indicates no significant change to tomorrow's forecast, although we do not have the final details yet of that latest forecast. Our spaceflight meteorology group says that so far the weather looks good for the Kennedy area for our 2 landing opportunities. However, in the earlier morning landing opportunity, which would be at 7:44 a.m. Central Time, there is the possibility of some low cloud decks and also a chance of rain showers within 30 miles of the landing facility. At the second opportunity at 9:23 a.m. Central, there is a chance of rising winds. However, forecasters will be working with the latest information through the night during the planning shift and as the entry team comes on at midnight tonight. They'll be watching the weather conditions closely and monitoring any changes. The flight control team could make a decision as late as 5 minutes before the deorbit burn to wave off from either of the opportunities. And depending upon weather conditions, both forecast weather and observed weather, the entry team will make its decisions tomorrow morning.
Endeavour, Houston, with an attitude change.
Okay, Carl, I'll be with you in 1 sec.
Roger that.
You can probably imagine we stowed stuff all over the microphone.
Copy.
Okay, Carl, ready to copy.
Okay, this will be the sleep attitude, where it'll help Eureka for thermal reasons, and it's the one that's indicated on page 3-72 in the 3-hour time frame on your flight plan. Either you can look at it or I'll read it to you, your choice.
Okay, I see it, Carl, in the small box there. It's target 2 body vector 5, 270, 290, 270.
That's the one.
Okay, we'll get on it now, thanks. You want us to go there now?
Affirmative.
Okay.
Endeavour, Houston.
Go ahead, Carl.
Thanks a lot for leaving the KU antenna out so we could make use of it over the last rev or two. However, we're complete with that activity, and if you won't mind stowing it at this time before the ZOE so that we can take a look at the data, we'd appreciate it. That'd be on page 2-15 of the Orbit Ops checklist.
Okay, Carl, that'd be great. We'll get to that.
Okay, and just to summarize, the only thing left in the pre-sleep that we see is the LIO changeout. Now, I hope that matches up with your list.
That's firm.
This is Mission Control. These television views are from Endeavour's payload bay cameras as it passes over the southern half of Africa, just now approaching the western coast. It will also cross over the most northern tip of Madagascar, or slightly north of the tip of Madagascar, that is. We'll be going out of touch with Endeavour in about 6.5 minutes. And we should probably be telling the crew goodnight officially, either just before this loss of signal period or just after we reacquire on the western satellite.
Houston, Delta Max.
Go ahead for Max.
Roger, Carl, we've already done KU antenna cable positioning earlier this evening. Would you like it done again in conjunction with the KU band stow procedure on 2-15?
Not required.
Roger.
This is Mission Control. That last call from Nancy Sherlock indicates that the crew is now stowing the KU band antenna, the one that we use to bring down television signals when Endeavour is in the right attitude in the range of the tracking data relay satellites. So that means we will have no more downlink television either from payload bay cameras or onboard cameras. Our only way now to bring down television would be through the United States locations of our ground stations. However, there is no more television scheduled to come down from Endeavour between now and landing time. Also, our communications officer indicates that he has seen the crew, he's seen data that indicates the crew has powered down the text and graphics system as well, a kind of high-tech fax machine that we use to send messages, drawings, and photos to the crew on board as they're needed.
Endeavour Houston, 1 minute to the ZOE. We'll pick you back up on the other side, just about on the hour.
Okay, Carl.
ahead, Endeavour.
Cabin fans coming off.
Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our flight dynamics officers inform us that we have a sighting opportunity on Tuesday morning on the orbit before Endeavour would land. Endeavour should appear out of the western horizon and will track from due west to due east. The first time to see it would be at 5:49 a.m. Central Daylight Time, and it would come into view about 20 degrees above the western horizon. By 5:51 a.m. Central Time, Endeavour should be at about 73 degrees from the southern horizon, or the south horizon, and then it will go out of sight around 20 degrees elevation at 5:53 a.m. The weatherman forecasts clear weather tomorrow morning, so this should be a good opportunity to see Endeavour pass over the Houston area. This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour is now passing over the southern Pacific Ocean on its way toward the Chilean coast of South America, where it will cross the lower half of South America before beginning its trek across the Atlantic Ocean. Everything in Mission Control is very quiet now, as the crew went to sleep about 50 minutes ago. They'll be awakened at 10:07 p.m. tonight to begin their final preparations for tomorrow morning's landing at Kennedy Space Center. While the crew sleeps, Flight Control Team can monitor all of Endeavour's systems by watching their digital readouts on the various console screens, both in the Flight Control Room and in the support rooms around the Mission Control Center. This is Mission Control. We'll be losing our ability to monitor Endeavour's systems as we go through the zone of exclusion between our two tracking data relay satellites. We'll be reacquiring in about 7 minutes on the western satellite. Endeavour's crew is asleep. At about 4 o'clock this afternoon, we expect members of the planning team of flight controllers to come into Mission Control. They will get their handover briefing from Orbit 2 team members and then tag up with their flight director, Rob Kelso, before assuming control of mission STS-57 at about 5 p.m. Everything is quiet in the mission control room and aboard Endeavour as the crew sleeps. It's last night in space as landing is planned for tomorrow morning at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This is Mission Control. Endeavour is now coming across the Pacific Ocean as the astronaut crew is asleep. Members of the planning team of flight controllers are beginning to arrive in Mission Control to get their handover briefings and continue taking care of the astronaut crew and the Endeavour while the crew is asleep. During this quiet time on NASA Select, we have another pre-recorded video presentation. This package gives the details and overview of the Space Hab module.
Endeavour's astronauts have been conducting experiments in the first commercially sponsored microgravity research laboratory to be carried into space. It is a module called Space Hab. Located in the forward end of Endeavour's cargo bay, Space Hab is connected to the orbiter's middeck by a tunnel adapter mated to the shuttle's airlock. The 5-ton Space Hab has quadrupled the shuttle's working and storage space. It is more than 9 feet long, 11 feet high, and 13 feet in diameter. Special systems maintain a temperature between 65 and 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Space Hab actually expands the locker space available in the shuttle's middeck for additional experiments which otherwise might not have had a chance to be launched in a timely manner.
As NASA's space shuttle missions become longer in duration and carry larger numbers of crew members, the quantity of orbiter middeck stowage lockers available to accommodate these small experiments is diminished. Additionally, missions requiring scheduled EVA, hosting international space travelers, such as our Russian cosmonaut friends, or having cargo bay payloads with requirements for in-cabin stowage of support hardware further reduce these middeck accommodations.
Experiments normally housed in middeck lockers often have limited time in which to produce the desired results for scientists. Space Hab enables more experiments to be exposed to longer periods of weightlessness to try to enhance their chances for success. Space Hab also has the potential to ease conflicting requirements the experiments need in order to operate to their fullest potential.
They require multiple flight opportunities in most cases in a microgravity environment to accomplish their mission objectives. Secondly, they must be operated in a pressurized, temperature-controlled cabin environment. And lastly, they require occasional to frequent intervention by the orbiter flight crew. The shuttle middeck alone simply could not have accommodated all of these requirements within a reasonable time frame.
In November of 1990, a year after NASA identified the need to expand the middeck experiment accommodations on shuttle flights, the space agency signed a contract with Space Hab Incorporated of Arlington, Virginia, for the use of its pressurized modules on shuttle missions.
Well, the Space Hab is very similar to a space lab. It's smaller than a space lab is, so it allows the shuttle to do other things, to carry other things in the payload bay, while conducting the experiments that are very similar to those that would have been conducted in the space lab.
The Space Hab payloads represent a wide variety of studies, from biomedical experiments to materials processing hardware to the first soldering experiment in space by American astronauts.
We've got some life sciences experiments on board and some physical science experiments on board. So again, it's 22 different experiments. A lot of them are experiments that have flown in one form or another already on the space shuttle in middeck. Some of them have flown already almost as is on space lab missions, and some of them are flying for the first time on Space Hab.
The second in the series of Space Hab flights is scheduled aboard Discovery on mission STS-60 in November.
This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavour's astronauts are still asleep. They'll be waking up a few minutes after 10 o'clock tonight to begin their final preparations for landing tomorrow morning at the Kennedy Space Center. Right now, the Orbit 2 flight control team is briefing its oncoming counterparts from the planning shift. That control team will be on duty till 1 o'clock in the morning when the entry team will take over and march through the final steps getting Endeavour ready to come home. Here in Mission Control, the flight control teams monitor the various systems aboard Endeavour as the crew sleeps on their data screens and in the back rooms at the additional consoles in the support areas. The shuttle has performed nearly flawlessly on this mission, allowing the crew to devote all their time to their payloads, their retrieval of the Eureka satellite, and the spacewalk they conducted on Friday. Researchers for the 22 experiments on the Space Hab and the middeck have expressed their pleasure with the amount of science they've gained and how well the astronauts interacted with the various experiments.